I mean, would you want someone like Tapestry to overlay their lives on you? I mean, it's a complicated thing to do.
Paul Revere ain't running around to here square, Harris. Okay, didn't see him there. He ain't there.
Listen,
No, but that's never tell how she feels.
We make jokes about, we don't want to be nation building and we want to withdraw. The next time an American is beheaded on camera by ISIS, this country is going to change their mind. Do you remember the tenor and the emotion of this country when our guys were being beheaded, when we saw videos of people being burned alive, when you see people being thrown off the roofs by these savages? It only takes one attack for us to get back to that after 9/11 mindset and need to go in and start kicking some serious
But maybe the tail kicking comes when they really attack you, because we're never going to be able to impose an alternative to that.
It's the doctrine of preemption. You go fight them there so you don't have to fight them here. You don't get in a defensive crouch and wait for an attack on the homeland.
But I think that's what Lindsay's saying. The offensive crouch is also...
If they haven't executed the offensive crouch either. I mean, it's been a disaster over there by two guys.
You're right, though, Kennedy. I mean... You're going to hit them if they hit us. And I agree with you, Jesse. Hit them if they hit us. But don't stay. No more inky fingers. No more building roads and schools. It's one thing to flatten them and turn them into a parking lot and give the keys to the highest ranking general and say, if you harbor terrorists, we'll be back and we will crush you again. And leave. And I think that's when we get involved. The problem is we're getting involved and meddling in the Middle East in countries that we don't need to be. So we're actually making it worse by ousting strong leaders that frankly protected Christians better than...
But it is the political and militaristic mission creep. It's what happens when the tail consumes the head. And you have the best of intentions. You have warriors who go in there and really do their very best to make the world a safer place. And then all of a sudden we're building bridges and roads and schools and, infrastructure. It should not be.
No one is saying that Iraq was a success. No one's saying we've made Afghanistan paradise. We're not saying
there's
that.
your offensive crouch.
No, what we're saying is when you go in, you go in lethal. You go in with lethal force.
When does that work?
And you don't give them any air to breathe. To say, all of a sudden they're the JV guys and then let them take over a third of Iraq after you liberated them and seize all the oil and start beheading Christians, that's not a great policy either. So that's not working. What was working before is not working. We need a new commander-in-chief to get things done.
All right, let's go to Todd Starnes.
Starnes?
Yeah, he's been monitoring a lot, of activity on social media and on the debate, and has a couple of names he said are dominating the conversation, and they are Tom Shalhoub. Hi, Todd.
Harris, by the way, Kennedy, great job on the Southern accent there. You should be giving, Miss Hillary some lessons on how to talk Southern. She's doing the faux Southern thing these days. So.
She needs a rocking chair. You need a rocking chair.
Yeah, Hillary's going to go into Holland and be like, oh, girl, my husband, he loves it over here. Okay.
She was the first black first lady, right?
So offensive.
We need to get her a cast iron skillet, and she'll be perfect for the gig. Hey, look, lots of excitement online. Lots of people talking about Carly Fiorina. Some folks say we need to go ahead and excuse her from the debate, put another podium on the stage for prime time, and let her have at it with the other candidates. That she really did a great job. And for my estimation, looking at our Fox News Facebook page, she won the B team debate, if you will. But there's another big issue that folks are talking about, and it's Jeb Bush and Donald Trump. And Jesse, you mentioned a few moments ago that Politico article where he called Jeb Bush in private, apparently called Trump a buffoon, a clown, and a wazoo hole. So anyway, folks are fighting back about that. They're saying, hey, wait a second, what's going on here? Because the Jeb Bush that we see on TV and in person is calm and cool and collected. But then we have this kind of behavior behind the scenes, and folks are wondering, who is the real Jeb Bush? And then you have Donald Trump, who is basically Donald Trump. So I think when you look at what folks are talking about online, they're saying, you know what? We really want somebody who's going to be a pit bull. We want the Republican nominee to be a pit bull and not one of these poodles that you stuff in your purse. That's really going to go at it.
Are you saying you want to put Jeb Bush in your purse? Is that what you're saying? Listen, I think this is what's going on. Jeb Bush, I've never heard him call anybody on the left a clown, a buffoon, or use that derogatory language. But the one time he kind of tees off on someone, it's a fellow Republican.
Yeah.
Someone that's leading the primary battle. So, I'd like to see that fire trend the other way. And like I was saying before, I think this is strategic, or as the Bush clan would say, strategery. I think this is trying to get under the Trump skin before the debate so he gets emotional and tries to, say something crazy right off the jump.
Crazier than
he's going to go, if he wants to go.
define it.
But listen, if Megyn Kelly asks him something about China and he goes, "Excuse me, Megyn, I want to respond to what the Donald said in Politico," that means Trump has gotten under his skin. So we'll see how
But Trump also made a really good point. He said the two people who've come at me the hardest, their favorability is just tanked. They tanked in the polls. And he was talking, of course, about Perry and Graham.
Yeah. It doesn't help them. And nothing seems to hurt him. So I'm like, well, crazier than what exactly? What is the litmus on what will hurt Donald Trump? We don't know.
We don't know yet. Everything he's done, we've thought will potentially hurt him, but it hasn't.
My favorite
Todd,
is the voicemail.
Yeah, he turned that around on Gawker.
We did kind of hit on something that I'm curious about. Todd, are you seeing anywhere in social media people talking about who might be best to take on whomever that Democratic nominee is? Because we don't talk a lot about that.
Absolutely. It's Carly Fiorina. I was checking out the Twitter feeds. Everybody wants to see Carly Fiorina debate Hillary Clinton. And look, we've seen Carly Fiorina, and you folks were talking about that just a few moments ago. She's had that debate experience. She's been going up against folks like Katie Couric. That interview she did just, I think it was last week, really exploded, went viral. Folks said, wow, she is the real deal. But I've got to tell you guys something. The big issue that I'm seeing in our social networking is from the average American working man and working woman. And they just don't think the Republican establishment understands what they are concerned about. And Lord love them, I think we've seen that with how they've handled the issue with Donald Trump and, quite frankly, some of the other more conservative candidates, sort of brushing them aside. And as you guys said earlier, this was about Jeb Bush coming in as the anointed one. And all of a sudden he realizes, hey, wait a second, he's not so anointed after all.
Wow, anointing, and we're talking about politicians.
We live in a democracy, right?
No, it's
not a coronation.
I think that's a great idea for Carly, though. I think she should go at Hillary, forget about the other Republicans. She should say, I want Hillary one-on-one. She's afraid to debate me.
That's a great idea.
I think it's effective
that should be the thing. Everything should be Hillary's afraid to debate me.
Can we just talk brass tacks? Do you mind if I just call you out on something?
Me?
So you
what
and
could
I
have
are
possibly said?
Well, no, but you made a good point, and I don't know which one of us is going to have to use
the food demand.
the bad word to get the story out.
Why do we have to bring
But
that
we're
up?
on Facebook, on Fox News' Facebook page, and we're seeing people, and they're saying, she's a real B for calling out Donald Trump. But when the guy does it, when Perry does it, it's okay. And you had something to say about that.
Well, it's a double standard. If it was a guy like Perry, he's not a bitch. But when she does it, she's a bitch. You can't have it both ways. I thought she eviscerated Trump on policy and on his flip-flopping. So, I don't have any criticism about it, but it's funny to see the Trump people. They're very sensitive, and some of the sexism going around on the internet. I'm pro-woman, like I was saying to Andrea. I really am against the war on women. I think it's crazy. So I want to make sure I stake my claim there. I'm for the women.
Well, and what was Carly supposed to do? Was Carly supposed to cry?
Yeah.
If she, I'm just.
But does it have to be woman on woman? I mean, you don't hear anybody saying, well, I really want to see Rick Perry or I really want to see Rick Santorum or somebody else go after Hillary Clinton. Yeah. It is Carly Fiorina. Is that necessary?
Listen,
are we still in a day and age where it can only be woman on woman?
Well, no, we'd like to see if she was the VP.
Effective.
If she was the VP and she's the attack dog, you put her out there on the stump, she rips Hillary's throat out, and she can do it in a way where she doesn't get criticized for being sexist. It neutralizes the war on women card, and I think that's why she's such an attractive vice presidential candidate.
Yes, and I think it is a thing. My daughters say, "Oh, I want a woman president," and I say, "Yeah, well, look at Carly." I'm always trying to push Carly on my daughters because they see Hillary and they think, they're only 9.
But not the Nickelodeon.
Yeah, they're little girls. But the thing is that we do want to see a woman president, but we don't want to see Hillary, or in my house we don't. I'm trying to teach that to my kids.
You want to see the right woman.
Yes, and that's the thing. So of course I want Carly to rise, in
like
in
Amy
ranks.
Schumer.
Yes, Amy. Yeah, she might be problematic. I don't want to throw her hat in the ring, but
she has had a meteoric rise.
She has. I want Carly to be
in politics this week, though, because her
Amy
cousin,
Schumer
her dad's cousin, Chuck Schumer of New York, senator, pulled her into the gun control and the mental illness the mental health illness debate this week. So we have seen her kind of get into it. Hey, Todd Starnes, would you go on? I know we're pretending like you're via satellite. But you're actually like 3 feet from us, which is okay. So unplug your laptop and come on over.
I've lost the signal.
Yeah, you didn't lose the signal, sweetie. You're 3 feet from us.
Yeah.
Like we're talking.
You're still in the same room.
So you know what? Go on the Facebook page and get in on the live chat with us when the next debate starts, so we can chat with you.
I'm there.
One-on-one. All right. Well, we may bring you back in this, when we see everybody after the next debate anyway for our live show. But good to see you.
Good to see y'all.
And walk through the shot or something so people know you're real. Man.
Yeah. Photobomb.
This person's going to join us right now, and he knows a thing or two about presidential debates. Fox News contributor Dennis Kucinich was a Democratic candidate in 2004 and 2008 presidential elections. Let's welcome him now. Good to see you. So how did they do?
Well, I saw the closing statements from the first debate, and I thought that Carly Fiorina looked very strong. I was also impressed with the conciseness of Governor Pataki. I think the consensus coming out of the debate is that she will begin to rise based on the manner in which she presented.
Do you think it was an advantage for her to be on this stage instead of the big one at 9 p.m.? Oh, I guess the stages technically are the same size.
She could end up standing out no matter who's on the stage. So I guess we're going to have to see if the polls will reflect that. But I think that there will be many people with a takeaway from the first debate being that she's someone who bears careful watching, and her move up in the polls could signal a shift among Republicans towards a different kind of nominee.
Well, as they're getting ready for the next one, you've prepared for this sort of thing. What are they doing? Calisthenics? Drinking more OJ?
What did you do before debate day? What did you do, Dennis?
No, we had I had about 5 or 6 of my advisors, and including my wife, and they stood around in a semicircle about 30, 40 feet apart, and they asked me a question that I had to answer right away. And while they asked me a question, they threw a hardball right at me. And I had to catch it with my bare hands and answer the question at the same time. It promoted focus, it promoted attention to the moment, and it promoted really quick thinking, quick response. You don't have much time. So
did you ever get hit by the ball?
No.
That's good.
Did your wife ever throw it really high and hard at your head?
No.
I've seen your wife has a good arm.
She does.
No, the whole thing is about an exercise to focus on the moment. When you're on that stage, you have to pay careful attention to what others are saying. You have to be ready to respond quickly to a question, and you have to seize the moment if there's an opening.
Can I ask you a question? Good man. It's Kennedy here. Did you ever have a gaffe? And if so, how do you recover from something like that in a debate?
I don't know. I mean, I would say that as far as I remember, all the answers I gave were right on, spot on, and honest. And,
so lucky.
I never, I've been in politics a long time, and this is where experience does count. When you're up on that stage in a presidential debate, if you have years of experience, you shouldn't be in a position where you create a gaffe. Now, I know that Governor Bush has shown kind of a proclivity towards mistakes, but I think that the tension, the focus that's on him right now could give him an opportunity to get past that and go on to tell the country what he stands for.
And can he make up for it? Is there a way of using debates to your advantage where you showcase yourself in a more presidential light?
Well, he needs to do that, and I think, of course, he can. I mean, he's a very skilled politician. He's got a very strong background as a governor, and he's someone who the Republican establishment is looking to be the standard bearer. Now, Donald Trump's rise certainly threatens the ascendancy of Jeb Bush, but Jeb Bush needs to just let the American people tonight know who he is. He shouldn't be talking about Donald Trump. He should just talk about the kind of America he envisions.
Congressman, this is Andrea Tanteros. Who do Democrats fear the most when you look out on both stages? I mean, top 3. Who are the candidates that, if they win the nomination, would cause the biggest heartburn for someone like Hillary Clinton?
Well, I would say that Donald Trump's a wild card here. If he catches fire beyond where he's at, he could develop momentum that would be unbreakable among Republicans, and his not playing by anybody's rules approach could resonate with Americans who are upset about the way the government's being run. Now, having said that, I think if you're looking at a more conventional approach, keep your eye on John Kasich. He has a great deal of experience at the federal level and at the state level. He's someone who tries to pitch to mainstream. His background is one where his father was a mailman. He tries to resonate with blue-collar workers. He got hurt. He hurt himself in Ohio with an initiative that damaged the interest of working people, particularly those in municipal unions, but he seemed to make up for that. Kasich is somebody to keep an eye on. And then finally, I think you have to keep an eye on Rand Paul. Now, I know that he's been smothered by the tremendous amount of coverage that Donald Trump has had, but Rand Paul has an ability to get votes outside of the Republican Party because he's not for interventions. He's somebody who's looking at focusing on what America's role should be here at home instead of just looking at adventures around the world. So that's my opinion about those three candidates.
Right. Well, and Rand Paul has something else. He has had the bully pulpit a few times in the last few months. Yeah. The guy has stood for 10, 11 hours talking about stuff that people care about, and in fact has moved the needle on legislation, as with the NSA. So I mean, he has the ability to soak up some of that spotlight for different reasons than Donald Trump.
And he also,
I would agree with
Congressman Kucinich, to Harris's point, it's Kennedy again. Rand Paul has an issue that gets a lot of bipartisan support. I think the trouble that he has, and I'd love to hear what you think about this, is when NSA national security is not in the news, he has a much harder time breaking through. What do you tell a candidate like that?
Keep hammering away on what you've stood for. Show the American people that you've led, that you've been on the Senate for 10, 11 hours talking about their freedoms, that you're not going to relent, that you can be trusted because you're independent-minded in the approach that you take. I think that Rand Paul has demonstrated a lot of political independence, a willingness to challenge the status quo. Again, it's Donald Trump's rise has sucked the oxygen out of the campaign for people like Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, and others who have a slightly different take on the way America ought to go.
Congressman, quick question. What you're hearing from your Democratic friends and colleagues here, this is tonight the debate about Republicans, but the Hillary Clinton campaign, full of mistakes. The FBI is now looking into her. She's tying up reporters. She's making unforced errors, very sloppy on the stump. She's flip-flopping on parenthood. And then you have a socialist waiting in the wings, and then it's gotten so bad, you might have to bring in Joe Biden. It seems very disorganized and very desperate on the left right now. How would you sum up that conversation that Democrats are having?
Well, first of all, Hillary Clinton is about as centrist a Democrat to center-right as you're going to find. I don't buy into this, the narrative that somehow her candidacy is disintegrating and she's going to be supplanted as as a nominee designate. Bernie Sanders, who is a good friend of mine, is running a tremendous campaign. He could very well win New Hampshire and Iowa, and he will score well across the country. Wow. But he's got a long way to go, and every one of his friends would have to admit that it's a big gap to close, 29, 30 points in some cases. So having said that, Joe Biden, I don't think he's going to get in the race. A lot of the supporters he has are already supporting Hillary Clinton. Look, Hillary Clinton has taken more hits. I want all of you to think about this. She's taken more direct hits than any other candidate running for president that I can think of in recent memory, and yet she is still standing. That tells you something about her resilience. Now, is she a good candidate? Not necessarily, but is she someone who is resilient? You better believe it,
but
and
she's
that's a
hiding.
quality.
She's standing, but we can't see her. She's
well,
she's
you know
hiding.
what? Yeah, she's going to have to.
Yes, you can if you go to Chipotle. Come on.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Jeez, all right. A couple of things
axiom.
before we get going here. The DNC has just issued a statement on the GOP debate. I love that. All these initials. Quote, "We could just as easily be watching a debate from 4 years ago, repealing the Affordable Care Act, talking about illegals without any discussion of a path to citizenship, defunding women's health, questioning the work ethic of Americans, threatening to send men and women of our military into indefinite war. You'd think Republicans would have learned their lesson in 2012. They are outdated, out of touch, out of line, but not out of company. If you missed the pre-show, these ideas will be on full display again in a few hours. Holly Schulman, DNC National Press Secretary. I will not give out her phone number. Your thoughts?
It would be much better for Democrats to say what they stand for, as opposed to saying what the Republicans don't stand for. You're talking to someone here who led the effort among Democrats to try to stop us from going into Iraq, to try to stop us from going into Libya, and there were leaders in our party who were going in the wrong direction. So we have really a challenge here where both political parties have to respond to the needs of the American people. And I think that it's a good night for America when we can get a chance to look at what the Republicans are proposing. Americans need that, and they also need the opportunity to hear what the Democrats have to say. And they may not be satisfied with either party. There could be an opening for an independent later on. But let's see what the Republicans have to say and not prejudge the outcome.
Okay, can I just ask one quick question about that specifically, Congressman? Donald Trump has said that if he's not treated fairly by the Republican Party, that a third-party run is very attractive to him. Now, I'm assuming that if Bernie Sanders doesn't do well in New Hampshire and Iowa and beyond, even if he builds on momentum from winning those two early states, he could bolt and also run in an extra party. What would it do to this presidential election if you had two extra party candidates?
Well, first of all, Bernie Sanders will not run as an independent for president. He's said it repeatedly. And also Donald Trump will not run. Look, he's leading as a Republican candidate, and that might happen for quite a while now. There's no way that he's going to back out of that and run as an independent. He doesn't put him in a stronger position. Having said that, there's still a chance if the American people are not satisfied with a process that creates a Republican or a Democratic nominee who isn't going to lead this country in the direction American people want, that could create an opening. Just that fact could create an opening for an independent candidacy, but that independent would have to truly offer an alternative and not just be a variation of a familiar theme.
No, I think America is in the mood for independency, and I also think that you could see more than one candidate bolt a major party.
It's possible.
Congressman,
Maybe you should run.
Tom Shalhoub, I got a question. Look, you were the Donald Trump / Bernie Sanders of the last few elections. Are you jealous
How can you
of these
say
guys?
that? I got a haircut. Look,
You were the first guy. You were openly left-wing, and you were entertaining. You knew how to tell a joke. You had a lot of personality. Are you jealous of these guys?
No. I mean, jealousy is disrespect for oneself.
You peaked too soon.
That's an interesting way to look
Peace.
at it.
We left him speechless.
Draft Kucinich. I think I can
only
hear the
Tom could
movement
do that.
beginning.
Never mind Howard Schultz, get Kucinich in the race.
Congressman, it's so good to have you with us tonight. We appreciate it. Appreciate
Okay,
your
good to see
perspective
you.
and your experience that you've shared tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Everybody seems to kind of, not that this should be a surprise, be on point with the Carly Fiorina thing. So our producers are looking at Google Trends right now, and she is the top searched in more states than any other GOP debate early candidate.
I did not like the Democrat response to that debate. It seemed like they wrote it before they even watched the debate.
Of course they did.
And to have someone with so much firepower, a woman, a CEO, to come out and dominate like that, for the Democrats to now just attack and attack and attack, I think is disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful to women, and it shows how much the Democrats fear Carly Fiorina. I think she could be a huge asset to the party. If it's not just this year, it's for years to come.
But you know what? It would be so smart of them, and big parties never do this, but it would be smart of them to say, look at that. There's a woman out there, she's a strong-minded woman.
That's
and then
exactly
they could say,
right.
They could say,
That's
unfortunately,
exactly
she's
right.
got it wrong on these
That's
things.
exactly
They're going to be forced to say that.
That would be impressive.
But what do I always say about that high road?
There's
There are no other cars on it except for the one that you're
Very
in.
little traffic.
I mean,
Very
it's like,
little traffic on the high road.
Oh, well, hi, Andrea. Hi, Ken. I mean, there are a few people
Jesse
on
hit
it.
on something. I mean, the last time
Lord.
we saw this evil reaction was with Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
But I would say that Carly Fiorina is no Sarah Palin. I mean, no one's really nervous when Carly Fiorina takes the stage. They're not worried about a slip up. Can she deliver? I think there's confidence there, but you're right. Deeply threatening when there is a conservative female that could mount a challenge, and especially to another woman. The problem is Democrats always overreach on this one, and I think you're right. They reveal the worst side of themselves when they try and go on the attack. And they look ugly. It doesn't look good.
They're going to start going after her personal life. They're going to start digging through her trash cans.
Well, that's
I
politics.
guarantee you,
That's politics.
Fiorina will feel
And-
the full force of the Democrat Party.
Well, and in fact, if you want equality, then it has to be that way
That's
because
true.
that's how it is for everybody
That is
else.
true.
And if she gets too much of a pass, past, then people won't take her.
You know
They'll
what,
think
though?
she's not
And this
legitimate.
is one of the things that she
It's
has
dirty.
talked about. She has lost a child. She has battled cancer.
Yeah.
She has an incredible personal story, and I think she's
didn't even know that.
Yeah, she's just daring them to bring up her personal life so she can flatten them with the truth.
Remember when Hillary Clinton was talking about the graying of her hair? And Carly Fiorina said, I'm just happy to have hair.
Yeah.
Because after the chemotherapy, that was not
That's
maybe an
kind of
option.
the only comeback you can have for that, right? I guess I could say that too.
At least I have hair.
I'm just glad
That's
I'm holding on to what I got.
okay.
You're not that old, man. You're all right.
It's like Bon Jovi.
Yeah. Rogaine. Okay. So I'm looking now at Twitter and at Facebook, and people are looking forward. Who do we think, if they were to hold another debate or stick an extra seat next to Carly Fiorina and we could put yet another person on that stage tonight, who do you think it would be?
I would swap Fiorina for Christie in a second.
Ooh,
You'd
ouch.
swap her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Although,
ouch.
no, for her, she wants to do just what she did, which was be the winner of this debate and then not have to do anything at 9 o'clock. It would be a disadvantage to have to see her again.
Wait a minute. So
It
Esme
all
the
come
cat is
tumbling down.
watching us. That's you and that's me.
What does that mean?
Part of Kennedy's shoulder. Esme the cat. I don't know.
Okay.
Esme is loving the Fox News debate chat. She loves Andrea.
There's some feline fans out there. We don't care who watches.
Harrison Kennedy,
Dogs,
hashtag
cats,
GOP debate.
parakeets.
Look at that. Look at, they have some nice appointments in their home. I like that
That's
polka
true.
dot throw rug there.
That's
Anyway,
very trendy.
Courtney Toole, or Tole, as they pronounce it perhaps. Thank you for tweeting that. Very cute. Hi, Esme. What's up, girl?
No, but
all right.
you're right. If Fiorina propels herself to this next round of the top 10, that means someone tonight in that top 10
Boom.
has to fall.
Yeah.
It's either going to be a Christie or a Kasich or a I don't know
could
who,
be
but we're going
Rubio.
to see in a few years. Well, you know,
But you've been
it's a
saying
mighty
that all
fall
week.
for Rubio.
What is it for Rubio right now?
You don't like
Why
Rubio, do you?
say-
No, I really like Marco Rubio, but I'm pretty fair when I give a critique of candidates, and I don't think that he has used the last couple of weeks and months
No, you're right.
effectively.
steam.
I mean, specifically, and I point to an area where I thought, well, if I were Marco Rubio, I would rub this line in Hillary Clinton's face. It was when she sat down and she did an interview and she said, why are Republicans hostile towards immigrants? If I were Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz, I would have said, are you kidding? And I would have rubbed it in her face and painted her as the face of white privilege in America. I mean, Hillary had to lie, remember, in 2008 about the origin of her grandparents. That was a lie. She said they were immigrants. They actually weren't. I would rub it in her face. I would say, I'm one of the only first-generation Americans standing on this stage right here. But he was too scared. A lot of Republicans too scared of his own shadow because he didn't want to talk about immigration because he knows he's vulnerable on that gang.
Can I ask you
I have
this, though,
some good
specifically,
news.
just very quickly? I'm going to just do a quick follow-up. If you are advising Rubio, you've been a political advisor for years. If you are working on his campaign, are you worried right now?
All right,
I'm
guys.
worried, and I'm hoping that he does very well tonight. He's got to look serious. They say he's young. Okay, Carl
We're
Cameron.
going to lose him. I'm
No, we don't
sorry.
lose
We're going to lose
Carl.
him. He's spinning.
He's
He
been
got off
spinning.
the bike
Hopefully
from
not
the
too
spin
sweaty.
room,
Hold on.
and he's been spinning on the bike. Oh, no, not that kind of a spin room. Carl Cameron, hello.
Hi, Harris. Hi, Harris. Welcome to the spin room.
Are you spinning?
We're underway. Yeah, well, no, I'm not, but we've been listening to a heck of a lot of it from the candidates, campaign managers and their aides, and a couple of the candidates are in here. Texas Governor Rick Perry just walked in a little while ago. Lindsey Graham came in and he was swarmed with reporters who wanted to talk a little bit more about his feelings about ISIS and the rest of the field's, in Graham's view, inability to be commander-in-chief because they don't take it seriously enough. We haven't seen Carly Fiorina yet, but I would expect she was here a little while ago, and she's getting a tremendous response on the web
I
from
heard
some
that
of her remarks
she's
at the
actually
5
at a
p.m.
bar
debate.
close by with LeBron and Drake getting bottle service because she had such a successful night. Is that true, Carl?
Well,
If that was
I
true,
don't
Carl
know.
would be right
That's
there
the
with her.
That's the after party stuff. We don't get there till 11 or 12 later tonight or tomorrow morning. In fact, I got to get on a plane at 4 in the morning to get back into D.C. and back on the trail.
Yes,
but,
you do.
It was interesting today. This was a very substantive debate. Good questions from Martha and Bill. Tried to pin them down on a number of occasions. You saw a little bit of sniping back and forth. And one of the things that was really interesting while all that was going on, there's been a lot of speculation about how much attention will go to Trump, who's going to take a shot at him, will he take a shot at others. And today, Texas Senator Ted Cruz gave us a sneak peek at what might be his attack on a whole bunch of candidates, none of whom are Donald Trump, on the subject of immigration. I want to read this to you. He said, this is Cruz today, and he said, quote, "When you have candidates like Jeb Bush and Scott Walker and Marco Rubio, who spent years and years and years advocating for amnesty, how on earth are they going to be able to stand up and disagree with Hillary Clinton?" So we know that our esteemed hosts, Chris, Megan, and Brett, are going to talk about immigration, but it's pretty clear that Cruz wants to take on a whole bunch of people, and it's not going to be Donald Trump. Of course, he's been quick to say that he appreciates Mr. Trump's bringing illegal immigration to the fore in the debate, but an awful lot of the other candidates have been worried about his tone and gotten hit pretty hard, unlike Mr. Cruz. So there's going to be attention to Donald Trump, and one of the big questions that a lot of people are wondering is, how, with 17 candidates, can we actually get a good feel for who these people are? An indication that it's working already. Carly Fiorina is trending and dominating Twitter and Facebook and even Google from just this 1 hour appearance. People trying to find out a little bit more about her. She says herself, quite honestly, most of the country doesn't know who she is. Apparently, she made an impression.
Carl, quick question. Besides Fiorina, because we know she's the number one choice for the winner, just what you saw, is there anybody in the spin room who's panicked? Which campaign is freaking out? They've in full damage control mode, who thinks they really had a bad night and they need to scramble and righten the ship? Anybody? Because it seemed like a pretty solid debate.
It was. There weren't any pratfalls, no self-inflicted wounds. There weren't any jabs that somebody wasn't prepared for. There weren't a lot of jabs really anyway. Part of what all the candidates in the 5 o'clock debate were trying to do was prove that they have the heft, they have the gravitas, they can be perceived as credible commanders-in-chief, and so they're not going to take those punches. Plus, we did hear an awful lot of stump speech from the folks in the 5 o'clock debate. Yeah. Those of us who've been out on the campaign trail, I've heard about 85% of what was said tonight. In some cases, hundreds of times from these candidates. So they didn't venture too far from their prepared remarks, and that's one of the things about debates with lots of candidates. It's hard to get them to think extemporaneously, and God forbid they do that, because they're only allowed a minute, and then that bell goes off on them.
But Carl, is it even necessary to do much more than that? I mean, for some of these candidates, people don't even know who they are. I mean, they're looking up going, okay, right. Former Virginia Governor Jim who? So, I mean, maybe the campaign speech is all they need.
And our web audience is pretty sophisticated. They know that there's still lots of months before the first caucuses and primaries in February of next year, that the general election is a long way from now. And on the internet and on television and on cable and everywhere else, we are now in a nanosecond news cycle. So we're going to see many of these candidates have a quick moment in the sun, while all of them might get a little bit of a surge in the polls. And in the case of some of these candidates who are back in the pack, that's not the worst place to be in the U.S. presidential system. Most of the voters in the early states of Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina like to wait until the last couple of weeks. So they appreciate the show. It's kind of like going to a movie these days. If you walk out during the credits, you might miss all the really funny outtakes that follow that in a lot of movies. And the pratfalls and the mistakes happen there. So the voters in the early states don't make up their minds. This is about the national branding that starts really in the year before the actual primaries and elections. It's always in the third and fourth quarter. And if you look back historically, every single nominee, every single winner and loser was pretty much tattooed and branded by the end of this year.
Well, you're a winner, Campaign Carl Cameron. We don't call you that name for no reason at all. Thank you. All right,
I'm spinning.
And in the best way, too. Great leg. We have just a couple minutes left live. Esme the cat is still watching. Any final thoughts?
I'm waiting for Donald Trump to go after Ted Cruz. He's been kissing up to him so bad, but there's something that's condescending about it, because Ted Cruz thinks that Trump is going to implode, and he wants to pick up the spoils.
This sounds like a reality TV show. Seriously.
The thing is, he's playing that angle.
Yeah.
The Trump supporters are very passionate about Trump, and he doesn't want to offend them because he thinks he's going to get them. So what if Trump turns to him and says, "Would you stop kissing up to me?"
And you know what? Here's the interesting thing about Ted Cruz is you're absolutely right. He's made such a show of not offending Donald Trump. So he looks scared, but he's also backed himself into a corner because Ted Cruz is a great debater.
Yeah.
Arguably the strongest debater on the stage. If he's not going to go for the jugular, if he's not going to be effective, he's not going to do much of anything.
That's true. I think Cruz and Rubio have a lot to gain tonight. And I think that with Trump, someone asked me what's going to happen tonight. And I said, it's going to be the Trump show. You know what they said? No, it's going to be the Megyn Kelly show. Because if there's one person in Cleveland besides LeBron James who can handle Trump It's Megyn Kelly. So if he goes outside the lines or tries to get crazy, Megyn's going to keep him in a box. But I don't think Trump's going to do that because I think he's pithy.
Well, he said
pretty
he's not going
contained
to.
and to the point.
Yeah.
So, but someone's going to self-destruct out there, and I just can't wait to see it.
Final thoughts?
They're
Tom?
probably going to self-destruct, probably punching up to Donald Trump,
Yep.
I would think. But the candidates like a Rubio and like a Cruz who haven't gotten noticed, I mean, Jonah Goldberg said yesterday, Cruz's message is like Trump's, it's just less entertaining. They need to punch up. I mean, they need to do something to get
I love
people
the
to remember
visual of
them.
that.
They really, I mean, because they really
Rubio's
don't have
actually
anything to lose at this point. I mean, they've been pretty stagnant.
All right. I'm being shown 60 seconds. I want to give it to you.
Wow. I think, who could make some waves tonight is Christie. He is
I thought you were going to say Chris Wallace.
No, Christie is a very interesting guy. He's very blunt, but he's been
gotten a lot
going
of press in the last
nowheresville
96
all year, right?
No, he barely made it into the second debate. And I think,
Yeah.
Christie has to show people why he was popular to begin with.
Yeah.
He has to be a tough talker. He has to be no nonsense. And he has to look like a guy that you can turn to who's going to get something done. If he goes on this whiny anti-pot tirade, it's not only going to
There he is.
annoy my kitten.
All right.
It is...
We're wrapping up. We're going to get back on our mobile devices so we can continue the conversation online with you. Please join us back here at 11 p.m. Eastern for another live show analysis of the big primetime debate. Although the 5 p.m. Eastern was a big one, too.
Big one.
Right here at foxnews.com. See ya. Wow, what an electric night. This is the Fox News digital chat and live first reaction to the very first 2016 GOP presidential debates. I'm Harris Faulkner, along with Jesse Waters, Kennedy, Tom Shalhoub, and Andrea Tantaros. We have just watched the top 10 GOP candidates debate. They're actually now just giving the last few moments of their closing statements. There's a lot for us to get to. Boy, there were some fiery moments in this one. A lot of people had said they were wondering how the front runner, Donald Trump, was going to do at his very first presidential debate. Well, here's how it started.
Is there anyone on stage, and can I see hands, who is unwilling tonight to pledge your support to the eventual nominee of the Republican Party and pledge to not run an independent campaign against that person? Again, we're looking for you to raise your hand now. Raise your hand now if you won't make that pledge tonight. Mr. Trump. So, Mr. Trump, to be clear, you're standing on a Republican primary debate.
I fully understand. I can totally make that pledge. If I'm the nominee, I will pledge I will not run as an independent. But and I am discussing it with everybody. But I'm talking about a lot of leverage. We want to win, and we will win. But I want to win as the Republican. I want to run as the Republican nominee.
So this
is what's wrong. I mean, this is what's wrong. He buys and sells politicians of all stripes. He's already, hey, look, he's already hedging his bet on the Clintons, okay? So if he doesn't run as a Republican, maybe he supports Clinton or maybe runs as an independent.
Okay.
But I'd say that he's already hedging his bets because he's used to buying politicians.
Well, I've given him plenty of money.
Just to be clear, you can't make we're going to move on. You're not going to make the pledge tonight.
I will not make the pledge at this time.
Okay.
Wow, that's just the beginning.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account
Only
has
Rosie
several...
O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. Your Twitter account...
Thank you.
For the record, it was well beyond Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter account has several disparaging comments about women's looks. You once told a contestant on Celebrity Apprentice it would be a pretty picture to see her on her knees. Does that sound to you like the temperament of a man we should elect as president? And how will you answer the charge from Hillary Clinton, who is likely to be the Democratic nominee, that you are part of the war on women?
I think the big problem this country has is being politically correct. Honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that. But you know what?
Wow, it was like a cake with everything in it, wasn't it? We'll get to all the other candidates in just a moment. Let's start, though, with Donald Trump. Andrea, Rosie O'Donnell tweeted back, try explaining that to your kids in terms of his comments. That had a little bit of everything. Did it have the right everything?
I thought that it was a perfect response, but he should have stopped right before he went after Megyn Kelly. Now, he took a lot of heat, and she took heat for the question. I was monitoring Twitter. A lot of people said it was unfair. She went after him personally. No way. That question was spot on by Megyn because that's exactly where the Democrats were going to go, and it was fair. How are you going to defend yourself against these comments? He should have answered. It was masterful. But going after her at the very end, I thought was unnecessary, and he lost a couple points there.
Yeah, and I saw that on Twitter a lot, too, Jesse. You and I were talking about it.
Yeah, I don't know if going after Megyn Kelly is going to hurt him that much. I mean, I think he scored so big, and she's a big girl. She can handle it. He scored so huge with the Rosie line. Anything after that wasn't really that important. Megyn Kelly, fine, took a shot at her. If it was a male moderator he took a shot at, are we all going to get upset because he took a shot at that person? I think it's fine. I think Trump did tremendous. He thought he came out on top. And I think the establishment is extremely worried now that he performed so well.
I agree that his line about PC, and that's the kind of thing that resonates with people. Rosie O'Donnell might have been a little bit of a cheap shot. It was very quick. But then when he came back saying, in all seriousness, I'm not going to be beholden to the PC police in this country. And that's something that a lot of people, anyone who's told an unsavory joke at work and gotten in trouble for it, people can identify with that.
You.
I was just going to say,
I don't know who I would be talking about.
Never told a bad joke.
No.
Yeah, I think, he did great, and we were all looking for him to kind of maybe implode here because, he couldn't stop from saying politically incorrect things or whatever, but he did fine, and he's going to come out with all the sound bites out of the debate, and I think a lot of people sympathize with him. I was saying, hey, ease up on the Fox News moderators. On the chat, they were saying they're being mean to Trump.
Yeah, people
and I
were
said, hey, he can take it. That's the thing. I mean, even if they were mean to him, in your opinion, he's fine with it.
Isn't that the point of an important contest, though? Although I do have to say that after some of those applause lines, I felt like I was watching Dwayne Elizondo, Mountain Dew, Herbert Camacho, the president from Idiocracy.
But he didn't blow himself up, and that's what people were waiting to see. Is he going to destroy himself tonight? I don't think he did. I thought he answered the questions really well.
Did anybody?
He was ready. He was entertaining. He was classic Donald Trump.
Did anybody blow themselves up?
I do think so. I think Jeb had a terrible night.
I agree.
I think he started off very unsteady, very unsure of himself, very nervous.
Well, we talked about the fact
was very
that he
rusty.
was uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't know what it was.
Well, I think he was a little rusty. He hasn't done this in quite some time, and he just looked unsteady on his feet. It took a long time to warm up. I think his stature really diminished after that, and I think people were scared.
Who he reminded me of? Because we were sitting there watching it together. I mean, his glasses, for some reason, made his eyes look so big and disconcerting. He looked like Milton from Office Space.
Oh, ouch.
But then the other thing, where's my stapler? I was specifically told of my stapler. But he reminded me of a 7th grader giving a speech in front of the school for the first time.
Speaking of education,
He actually reminded me of Will Ferrell playing Jeb Bush. Will Ferrell is somewhere saying, I got to get those really outdated glasses because this is going to be very...
Well, speaking of education, one of the points that he was asked about was Common Core. And Jesse, you said, I think it was, well, he seemed to do actually okay with that question. That was kind of in his wheelhouse.
He pivoted well because he was attacked on Common Core, and he said, Common Core over here, I did vouchers in Florida. I think that was extremely effective. And Rubio was given an opportunity immediately after to lob a response back and didn't come back strong. And then Bush came back and finished the whole thing and said, listen, we want high standards all across the board. And if states want to opt out of national Common Core centers, let them opt out. So I think that was his one bright moment, but not enough bright moments to satisfy the establishment.
But Rubio had the opportunity to call him on that, and he really should have, because Jeb has had the opportunity to correct himself on Common Core.
It's hard, though, because they're friends.
And
they even said that during the debate.
I understand that they're friends, but you can also say, hey, I'm from the same state. And Marco Rubio could have scored a lot of points with voters. It's much more important to have voters than friends right now.
Have you ever seen him correct? I haven't seen it yet.
No,
correct, Jeb.
No, the only one who really, I think, took Jeb to task was Donald Trump. And I think Jeb, again, wasn't ready on the Iraq question. Megyn Kelly gave him a redo. And he stumbled again and lost us talking about the Sunni and the Shia and the mullahs.
Well, he tried to make a joke at first about the fact that he recognized the question.
To say it was gobbledygook.
Yeah, well, he said, oh, yes, of course, I recognize the question, and then basically had trouble answering it.
Yeah, it was jiggery-pokery as well.
So that was like where the fire began. So now we're nice and toasty. We can do our s'mores. Then it got even hotter, like platinum melting, with Governor Christie and Senator Rand Paul. We have a little bit of that, and Tom will get your thoughts on that after this. Let's watch.
Governor Christie, you have said that Senator Paul's opposition to the NSA's collection of phone records has made the United States weaker and more vulnerable, even going so far as to say that he should be called before Congress to answer for it if we should be hit by another terrorist attack. Do you really believe you can assign blame to Senator Paul just for opposing the bulk collection of people's phone records in the event of a terrorist attack?
Yes, I do. I will make no apologies ever for protecting the lives and the safety of the American people. We have to give more tools to our folks to be able to do that, not fewer, and then trust those people and oversee them to do it the right way. As president, that is exactly what I'll do.
I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from innocent Americans.
That's a completely ridiculous answer. I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from other people. How are you supposed to know, Megan?
Use the Fourth
What are you supposed to?
Amendment.
How are you supposed
Use
to?
the Fourth
No, I'll tell you how you
get a warrant.
Let me tell you something.
Get
you
a
go
judge to sign
when
a warrant.
you know, Senator.
Wait, Governor Christie, make your point.
Listen, Senator, you know, when you're sitting in a subcommittee just blowing hot air about this, you can say things like that. When you're responsible for protecting the lives of the American people.
I don't trust President Obama with our records. I know you gave him a big hug, and if you want to give him a big hug again, go right ahead.
And
Go ahead, Governor.
And you know, Senator Paul, you know, the hugs that I remember are the hugs that I gave to the families who lost their people on September 11th. Those are the hugs I remember.
I tell you, there were so many drop mics. I don't see how we had any audio. Boom,
It was
boom,
amazing.
boom.
They both did great. That was a great exchange for both of them. I thought it was great for Christie because he was able to articulate his support for surveillance, right, in a way that I think made him look, kind of tough, and he was blustery, but he didn't come off as obnoxious. So I thought it was great for Christie. Also, Rand Paul. I mean, he's got his supporters. For the people, the Kennedy-esque types who are really into the NSA issues and things like that. Most people don't understand this stuff. They just think, I don't know, they just keep us safe. So I think those are the average Joe is going to go with Christie. But Rand Paul is going to kind of secure his base with his answers.
And I've heard you say this, Kennedy, at least I think it's you, so correct me if I'm putting words in your mouth. Not really that sort of Jersey sort of thing going on that might have been a disconnect tonight with Christie. He just seemed to be talking.
Well, and this is what he absolutely needed to do. He needed to be the national candidate who talks tough and has solutions for problems. I may not agree with him on things, but that's certainly the tone that he had to strike in this debate. And he did. He did a very good job of it. It's actually very hard nowadays to sell his position on the NSA and national security. But the fact that he did it from more of a warm, emotional place, I think was very effective for him. Again, I disagree with him, but he certainly held his own in that part of the debate.
He softened his tone.
He did.
No question. He must have internal polling that says they don't want you to be the Sopranos candidate, so tone down that rhetoric, because he wasn't just a leader of New Jersey. He was more of a national leader tonight. I thought he did very well. This is a forum that works for him. I mean, I've watched him debate in New Jersey. He's very good in the gubernatorial debates. He brought this here, but as Kennedy said, he toned it down a little bit. I would say, really, though, Jeb Bush, this is not his forum. Ben Carson didn't get his sea legs till the very end. He couldn't seem to answer a question, especially.
Well,
you and I were looking at each other, Harris, saying, what was he even talking about?
He dodged a big one.
Or Syria, I should say.
If you don't know what you would do in Syria now, with all of the things, even President Obama at this point has had to listen to those generals and listen to the arguments about the fact that you can't just ignore Syria, right? If you don't know what you would do now, and then you're asked about a red line that's passed, you could always say hypothetically. You'd have an answer. Well, you didn't have an answer.
No, Carson did not perform well, especially on foreign policy. He had some great lines besides that. But I agree with Andrea and Kennedy that Christie did a great job tonight. I think Christie came in, squeaked into the debate just by a hair. And, just when we thought Rand Paul nailed him with the hug, Christie comes in at the end and has a great emotional answer about hugging the families of the victims of the terror attack. I thought he was prepared. I thought he was concise. I thought he was authentic, very articulate. And I think if anybody besides Trump really helped themselves, I would say Rubio and Christie really performed well tonight.
But Jesse, hug Ghazi. You have, I mean, even though he said I hugged the victims, that was very political, that answer, and it was sweet. But hug Ghazi was the line. That was that dropped mic, as Sarah said.
But that's going to be its own hashtag, hug it out, certainly.
Will it be on a Wednesday,
on Ben
though?
Carson, he had a really good line about Hillary Clinton. And, people right now, with wedge issues and the military and the debt, and he's like, if I wanted to destroy this country, this is what I would be doing. And, he basically laid out the Alinsky playbook for ruining the United States.
If
that
we
was good.
I'm going to ask, do we have that? Can we watch that for Kennedy? Okay, Kennedy, your gift.
Thank you.
If Hillary is the candidate, which I doubt, that would be a dream come true. But, the fact of the matter is, she is the epitome of the secular progressive movement. And she counts on the fact that people are uninformed, the Alinsky model, taking advantage of useful idiots. Well, I just happen to believe that people are not stupid. If I was trying to destroy this country, what I would do is find a way to drive wedges between all the people, drive the debt to an unsustainable level, and then step off the stage as a world leader and let our enemies increase while we decreased our capacity as a military person. And that's what she's doing.
Jesse, I know you said that you didn't feel that he did well tonight. You know, notwithstanding the question on Syria, he had a lot of things that people were talking about on social media. In fact, ABC News tweeted out and got a ton of response. Dr. Ben Carson says there's no such thing as a politically correct war. Hashtag GOP. They even got our trending.
That was, yes, that was a great line where he said, you fight wars to win, okay? And everybody agrees with that. And I think that's the appeal of Ben Carson. He's common sense. He speaks like your average Joe. He's not a politician. And he was humorous tonight. I think at one point they went to him and he goes,
comfortable.
Oh, you guys are actually calling on me? I thought I wasn't here. For a second, I thought we were going to put the guy in the milk carton. I hadn't seen him in an hour.
I was going over my notes and there were 3 pages of no Ben Carson.
Yeah.
You know, there were several chunks of the debate where the man was nowhere to be found, and same with Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz disappeared.
What
happened there?
I filed a missing persons report.
So what happened?
At one point, I got up to get to the cheese tray in the green room.
It was
I filed
good.
the
Thanks,
missing
Jesse.
persons report, and whoever got it. Anyway, they delivered him very quickly.
So, Tom, let me ask you this. There was another point where it was kind of interesting, and you thought, gosh, are we going down the Donald Trump road again, or what's going to happen? It was with John Kasich, who, by the way, this was a home team for him, obviously.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the convention in Cleveland, too, the Republican convention there, too. So, anyway, John Scott, Happening Now anchor, tweets out, John Kasich manages to disagree with Donald Trump without slamming him. Deftly done. Brian Kilmeade, Fox and Friends, so smart of Governor Kasich to acknowledge Trump mania. Fox and Friends.
Yeah.
How do you think he handled that? Why do you think he handled it that way?
Well, he took some good notes from the 5 o'clock debate when Carly did the same thing. She handled it perfectly. And probably any of these political handlers or people who were coaching these guys before the debate, they probably said that. You know, there's a way to attack Trump, and it's not to attack his supporters, who are many.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're at 2%, you don't attack the guy that has 25% of the voters that you want. You want to get those 25% on your team.
Oh, interesting.
Kasich was the compassionate conservative tonight. He was the guy that wants to heal and unite and not divide. And I think he came across as extremely authentic. And he had a great line when I think Hillary was brought up, and how do you convince people you're not all for the rich? And my father was a mail delivery guy, and I know more than anybody about making ends meet. So I think he really got to the kitchen table, kitchen sink type issues, which I think resonates to people that are struggling.
I think Rubio even said it better. He said, who is Hillary Clinton to lecture me on living paycheck to paycheck? I grew up living paycheck to paycheck. Right.
Speaking of kitchen tables, can we talk? Scott Walker. Where was he? Was he under the podium?
No, he did talk, but what was your comment?
He was very underwhelming, I thought.
I thought Scott Walker.
This was his first foray.
Oh, wait, we have a little bit of Scott Walker for Andrea, a gift?
Please, someone.
Oh, this is for you.
Oh, just for me. Great.
There you go. Happy birthday.
I don't think you heard me. You're having a hard time.
Oh, that was Rand
That
Paul.
was Donald Trump.
Well, Dave,
I owe you a gift. When it comes,
Rand
I'll
Paul.
double up.
But I will say this about Scott Walker, and this was, I gave candidates a little bit of advice on my show the other night, and the one thing I said to Walker is you have to show up, you have to be revolutionary, you have to be exciting, and you have to have a ton of ideas. You basically have to be anyone other than Scott Walker because he's essentially a very boring person with a great record, and he can run on that record and do very well. Unfortunately, records don't run themselves in debates.
He did not use
even
all
CDs
of his
don't do that.
No, and he didn't even use all his time, which he was allotted, which was surprising.
Why did that bother you?
Everybody else was just running right through the ding dong, and he was giving up with like 10 seconds to spare. But I mean, he has that Midwestern kind of slow and steady, results-oriented appeal, which I think did great. And he actually showed his chops on foreign policy. He handled several foreign policy questions on Egypt and the Iranians and ISIS pretty well, and I think that's his deficit.
Did he have any one-liners?
But he did not say anything memorable, and he did not light his hair on fire.
He didn't do any harm. I don't think anyone fully blew themselves up tonight. I don't think there was one moment where you said, forget it, you're done.
No, and they were all very well prepared for that because there's so much on the line here. But as far as Walker, you know, he said on the Iran deal that when he's president, he's going to terminate the deal, and then made a series of promises that he will never be able to keep.
This is my
Sounds like a
gift for
politician.
Andrea, and
Give it to me.
And let's watch it
Lay it on
together.
me.
Happy birthday, Andrea.
Hi, Chris.
First off, per the cyber attack with Russia the other day, it's sad to think right now, but probably the Russian and Chinese government know more about Hillary Clinton's email server than do the members of the United States Congress. Putin believes in the old Lenin adage that you probe with bayonets. When you find mush, you push. When you find steel, you stop. Under Obama and Clinton, we found a lot of mush over the last few years. We need to have a national security that puts steel in front of our enemies.
He missed an opportunity there. He could have grabbed from the headlines, Andrea and Kennedy, since we were talking about this. He could have said, as we found out today, a judge has been asked to look at whether her server might have been hacked or tampered with or anything like the thumb drive of that.
Can I just
Sure, throw it in. Go for it.
One thing very quickly to that. I was talking to Judge Andrew Napolitano today, and he was telling me some of the classified information that she had on her server, including the location of Ambassador Chris Stevens in Libya.
Right.
And I said to him, is it at all possible that her server was hacked and terrorists figured out the location of Ambassador Stevens? And he said, unfortunately, that's not only possible, that's probable.
Well, you think about that. I mean, not to get into Benghazi, but how else would they have known? And they had such good intelligence at that evening that he was coming back from Tripoli to Benghazi. They knew that he was not just at the consulate, but remember, he was moved to that safe house. And then he was taken to the hospital run by al-Qaeda. They had better intelligence than we did on where he was. So that's
they had our intelligence potentially, because we don't know if that's what happened.
But very quickly on my gift that
Plus
you delivered,
other.
I do think he missed an opportunity, because in these debates, you can't just give talking points about we're going to restore America's promise.
Grab from the headlines.
You got to, as Kennedy said, get into it, grab from the headlines, make some news. I thought Marco Rubio also missed an opportunity very early on to hit Hillary Clinton on immigration again.
Yeah.
He talks about health care, he talks about everything but immigration, and he seems very scared of it, and I don't know why.
Well, he had a great line on immigration, though, about the wall that Trump wants to build. He goes, well, if you're going to build a wall, you got to make sure El Chapo doesn't tunnel underneath it. I thought that was a pretty savvy line.
Oh, wow. All right.
I think just to put a tiny button on that, I think he's scared of immigration. I think he's scared because he's been tarred and feathered as being part of the Gang of Eight, and it seems that he has flip-flopped on immigration, and he doesn't want to remind people constantly that he's an immigrant, which I think is one of his greatest strengths, being a first generation U.S.
It's a huge strength, and he should be the pro-legal immigration Republican. I mean, the party needs somebody like that to make the compelling case, because you have Donald Trump on one side, and then you have Democrats saying Republicans are just isolationist bigots who hate foreigners. Rubio has a real opportunity to stand up and make a very compelling case on behalf of Republicans for legal immigration and why.
He did bring that up. He said, we're not talking about all the people that have waited in line 10 years to get into this country legally. Also, Scott Walker made a great point about immigration when he was called out on his flip-flop by Chris Wallace. He said, well, you know what? I listen to the American people. And I think that's what we want leaders to do, is listen to the American people and then change. And now he's a little bit stronger on the border.
Wow.
And he also said that he visited governors in border states, and you have to realize that, there's a kinship there, and you compare notes and see what programs are working in their states. And he looked at some of the things that were theoretical to him and saw that they were practical and real in those places. And that's when I think you're allowed to make an evolution and not a flip-flop.
He evolved like the Donald, right?
So Tom, one of the things we saw was what we had wondered about from the earlier debate, where you had 7. Among them,
That's your phone.
Is that me? My phone is talking?
You have a male Siri?
I changed Siri because that girl was fresh. That female Siri was fresh. I changed it to a man. That's another show. Anyway.
Have you ever asked Siri where to bury a body? She's
oh my gosh.
Very funny when you ask her.
Oh my goodness. How do we
I didn't really need to
Maybe
know.
that's where Ben Carson went.
I was going to say, too bad that wasn't around when the Clintons were what?
Just asking.
Just asking.
It's with the
someone
server.
Would have maybe done that, just asking if someone would ask.
So Tom, I've lost my train of thought on you, but I love you anyway. So during this whole thing, it kept flashing into my mind, are they going to take a piece of the 5 p.m. Eastern debate and put it in this? And then all of a sudden they did.
Yeah.
And they used a little bit of Carly Fiorina. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I think of all the candidates, she used today's debates to her advantage. She's now a star. I wrote it on Facebook. I put her picture up and I said, rock star, ? And there was just hundreds of comments. So everyone is fired up about Fiorina, and I think she's, she should be part of the next debate, certainly. I think you're going to see her support go up, so no matter what the debate rules are, I think she's going to find her way in there.
All right, let me ask you this, though. Who goes?
Yeah, who goes
Who do you
if
take off the
Fiorina comes to
stage
the
if you
top?
bring in Carly
Let's go around the
Fiorina?
table and find out. Who goes?
Oh, God. And I'm going to take heat for it. I'm vacillating between, you know what, I'd say Ted Cruz.
Ooh.
I thought he underperformed. I was vacillating between a Carson and a Cruz, one of them.
Okay.
What about the people?
But you know what, very quickly, I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah.
I'm glad that she was on the 5 o'clock, because if she were on the main stage where she deserved to be, because she was great, and she would have stood out, but not as much as she did at that 5 o'clock stage. I'm glad she did, because she will be the subhead under the headlines tomorrow.
You always tell me, let others praise you. Right? And
My
if
mom
you
always said,
had too
"Others
much
let's
of
praise you."
her, tonight you wouldn't have, as
She
Tom
would've
and I
got
were talking
lost in
about, wanting more of her from the audience. Who goes, Tom?
Well, why do you have to kick people out? Why not have smaller
10
debates?
really
Look,
will...
just have a few. Have a debate with 3 people. Have a debate with, have a
My
showdown.
goodness. Well,
let's get Christie and Rand Paul. I mean, they deserve a debate after that fight.
Yeah.
Give them a debate. And then if, it's Trump, let Trump pick his favorite guy, and they can
I
go
was
at
actually
it.
saying, give Trump a debate by himself.
He's going to go on for Rand Paul.
I think they should put you in charge of the
Fox
debate.
special.
Right?
Trump and Megyn Kelly.
Like a cage
one-on-one.
match.
Like
Yeah.
Kennedy, who would you get rid of?
Well, before I would have said Chris Christie, because I have so many fundamental disagreements with him. Not just about civil liberties.
But you love hugs.
I love hugs, and that's why he's staying.
You're a hug bug.
But the fact that he and Rand Paul now have this active feud, I think it's I can't get enough of it. But I would agree with Ted Cruz. I peg Ted Cruz as being a master debater, and he wasn't tonight.
Kennedy,
yes.
Let me say
up, Kennedy.
this.
I'm going to ask
in America
on Twitter
he
how
pauses
did.
a lot.
Yeah,
do you notice? I mean, he's so far between, his answers, and then when they finally go to him, he says, "Well, Megyn, back in my state." I mean, it's like, come on, get it out.
I
don't know where.
Is he waiting for the cowbell?
Stop the phony platitudes. He's so worried about what comes out of his mouth. It's like goes to some Cruisian filter.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he did as bad as we're making it out to be. I just don't think he overperformed and helped himself out that much. I mean, he was a good debater. He had a few good lines, but everybody else just did better. And you can't afford to be flat, and he was a little flat. He actually got nailed by one of the moderators when he goes, "Oh, can I get it?" And they go, "Nope, got to go to a commercial."
That's my point, J-Dubs. Who did he debate? He gave okay answers. It was like an interview, but he wasn't a master debater that everyone's hyped him to be. I actually thought Rand Paul got in there, drew blood with Trump in the very beginning. He tried to hit Trump again, the only one that really did. I think some of the other guys who
You're
were
right. He misplayed the expectations
Who would you
game.
take off the stage?
Who would I take off the stage? I think no one really crushed themselves tonight, but there were a few who crushed it better.
Exactly.
It would be difficult to know exactly who I take off the stage. I just simply think that we need to break it up into smaller pieces. I agree with Tom.
You know what? Rand Paul. My wife has a problem with Rand Paul, and she's like, I don't think women are going to like him. And women don't like him. His support is much higher with men. What do you guys think? I think, again, he didn't appeal to women at all in this debate.
But he wasn't asked those questions either.
No, not even women's questions. I'm just saying, let's take a look at Christie versus Rand Paul in that exchange. Rand Paul was pointing a lot. He seemed a little more petulant. And look at Christie's body language. He just goes like this. There was no pointing. He would lean it. He loves confrontation.
I agree with Kennedy. I think he's been coached to do that. I think he knew he had to take it down.
He's good at it.
Rand Don't get the hell off the beach. Stay at the podium with me.
But Christie is a pointer. And if Christie had been pointing tonight, I think that would have worked to his disadvantage.
I think women don't like Rand Paul because of his hair.
Pointer too.
You
know what? I was going to mention the hair.
It's a total weird haircut from
But not that it was weird,
sixth
just
grade.
different.
It may be. It looks like he's got a tossed salad on his face.
Well, and I didn't mean to dodge your question, but I honestly think at this point,
I don't know what you're implying.
Kennedy, I didn't mean to dodge your question, but I think at this point it's almost too early to talk about who we take off. I think we need to shrink the pie a little bit.
I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Okay, here's my other question. Of the 3 senators, I think these 3 have been stuck together like carbonite. They've been in the middle of the pack. They haven't helped each other out.
That's interesting.
Who did well?
That's a great point.
Who emerged from that peloton?
Rubio.
I think Rubio.
Yeah, I agree.
Rubio, because he was the one who kind of had slacked off the most, as we've been talking about on Outnumbered, and I'm sure you have been on Kennedy too. He was the one who had the most to make up tonight.
He couldn't afford to have a D or an F performance. He had to do something tonight, or people would have said, okay, whiz kid, wunderkind, over, done. He's not
where's your water, thirsty boy?
Right. He's not anything that they said he was going to be.
So apparently we have put together a one-line montage of Donald Trump. Do we want to see it?
Yes.
Do we want to
Give
see
the people what they want.
Give the people what they want, people. Come on. One-liners, Donald Trump. Let's watch.
I don't think you heard me. You're having a hard time tonight.
All right,
when they call, I give. And you know what? When I need something from them with Hillary Clinton, I said, be at my wedding, and she came to my wedding. You know why? She had no choice because I gave. I gave to a foundation. I have never gone bankrupt, by the way. I have never. But out of hundreds of deals.
But sir,
excuse me.
That's your line, but your companies have gone bankrupt.
What am I saying? Out of hundreds of deals that I've done, hundreds, on 4 occasions, I've taken advantage of the laws of this country. This country right now owes $19 trillion, and they need somebody like me to straighten out that mess.
Ah, wow. Look at that, he's waving. That's what we do at the end of Outnumbered. Right. We just wave.
I think he moguled the entire field tonight. I think it was a masterful performance. I think that Donald came prepared. I think he was very informed. He had great temperament. He never lost his cool.
No, he didn't.
And I think he took the one shot at Megyn Kelly, but other than that, I think he was pretty smooth. And I think he stayed on message. He hammered immigration, he hammered jobs, and he hammered all the bad deals America was doing. I think he comes out of this bigger and stronger and even more imposing.
All right, I'm told to pivot. I have to go. You use the word mogul. Is that like a ski term? I can barely walk.
Well, he
so
treated the guys like moguls.
All right, let's move on. So what's Hillary Clinton doing tonight? Well, she said she wasn't going to watch the debate. You be the judge if she was telling the truth. Let's check in now with Fox's Ed Henry. Why would Harris Faulkner say that? He's at headquarters in New York for Hillary Clinton. And the reason that I say that is because how can you have such a detailed response to something you didn't see? Take it away.
Well, Harris, Hillary Clinton has been in California today doing some fundraising. We are at her Brooklyn campaign headquarters. Her staff says that she'll likely be watching news reports tonight and tomorrow to get an idea of what her potential opponents were saying about her, but also about the issues. Obviously, she set up, she has a large staff here in Brooklyn, and they set up sort of a mini war room. That might be an exaggeration to call it a war room, but just, rapid response. That's what candidates do. And they were updating their blog throughout, pushing back. You will not be shocked to learn that Jennifer Palmieri, the communications director, briefed us a couple moments ago, and she declared a winner in this debate. That winner is Hillary Clinton. She said her reasons, though, in all seriousness, was that she noted at one point, Jen Palmieri did, that our own Chris Wallace laid out in detail, and she felt like Chris had accurately reflected what Hillary Clinton's economic agenda is, got the Republican candidates to respond, but the Clinton campaign was struck by the fact that none of the Republican candidates really got into a detailed economic plan of their own. Now, they may say that's because of the format of the debate. They were asked about immigration and a lot of other issues. But clearly, I think that is one of the things the Clinton camp feels good about, is that she's going to be attacked about the email issue. She's going to be attacked about the Clinton Foundation. But she's out there on the campaign trail focusing on the economy, focusing on the middle class. And the person who probably can talk about it more, I'm going to bring in is Karen Finney, who's a spokeswoman for the campaign. I'm going to briefly ask you for your estimation of how it went. And then I'm going to invite our anchors there back at the headquarters to get some questions. Why do you think that Republicans sort of failed to gain ground on some of the key issues that you think will help Hillary?
Because over and over again, what I heard were ideas from the past, and what I heard were ideas that are inconsistent with the majority of Americans, despite the rhetoric. Majority of Americans support Planned Parenthood and support Roe versus Wade. A majority of Americans support marriage equality. A majority of Americans support a path to citizenship as part of comprehensive immigration reform. And I think a majority of Americans would disagree with the idea that we should let Wall Street go back to writing their own rules. So I think time and again we heard ideas that may, appeal to the Republican base, but I think broadly in the United States and I don't think it's where most people are.
Well, let me go back and see Jesse or Harris. Do you have any questions? And we'll engage a little conversation here with Karen.
Yeah. Yes, Karen. Hi, Jesse Waters here. Quick question. You said that the Republicans are not in line with the majority of the country, and I just want to challenge you a little bit on that. Hillary Clinton, if she gets the nomination, is going to have to defend the Obama administration. Is she going to be the Obama third term? some of the president's quote-unquote biggest accomplishments very unpopular with the American people. Obamacare is still unpopular. The Iran deal is unpopular. Record spending is unpopular. I don't know if you actually can say that the Republicans are not in the mainstream. Does the Hillary Clinton campaign worry about having to defend these really controversial, unpopular positions?
Sure. So Jesse Waters wants to, and I've got there's a long question, but I'm going to summarize it fairly and accurately. What Jesse was saying is that he wants to challenge you on the idea that Republicans were out of step on the polls and said, look, Obamacare is not necessarily that popular. And the bottom line of his question was that Hillary Clinton might be seen as defending sort of a third term of the Obama administration. Is she prepared to defend some of the unpopular policies of the administration?
Well, I would push back and say that I think these policies are actually more popular than you might think. Remember, in 2014, in the midterms, we saw a lot of Republicans start out trying to attack Obamacare, and then they kind of backed off on that because they realized that for people who have Obamacare, they actually like what they have. And certainly Governor Kasich, made a great argument for, why the Medicaid program.
He expanded Medicaid in his state.
That's right. What I will say is that I think what you're going to see from Hillary Clinton and what you've seen on the campaign trail is, yes, there are some things that she will talk about. Like today, this is the 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. Didn't hear anything about that on this evening. But, the idea being, how do we protect the Voting Rights Act? How do we build on what's been done with regard to criminal justice reform and some of those issues? And what new ideas are out there? What's working out in the country where we can bring in new ideas? So I think you're going to hear both.
So you heard the response there, Jesse. Andrea, you have a question?
Actually, I had something, Ed, that I wanted to say. I know that the communications director, Jennifer Palmieri, I know you're with Karen Finney now, had said that Donald Trump mentioned that Hillary Clinton went to a wedding because she had gotten money for the Hillary Clinton Foundation, and they kind of went back and forth. Her campaign had a direct response to that. It's ridiculous. Hurt her feelings. She would have gone anyway. Who was watching this? Was it Hillary Clinton who was watching?
It was her staff, and I think what Harris is trying to say is, since Hillary Clinton was not watching the debate, how is there sort of some statements out there saying she's offended by the idea that Trump was bringing out this idea that she was at the wedding, and somehow she went to the wedding because he gave her money? How do you explain your side of it, I guess?
Well, I think what Jennifer was trying to say was, she was sort of making a joke that she said that she thought her feelings might be hurt to think that she didn't go just because maybe she wanted to go to the wedding, and that it was about how much he gave or didn't give. It was pretty interesting watching on Twitter the people suggesting different ideas about how to get Hillary to come to their wedding. But I have to tell you, I actually thought his answer to that was very sad because, and he's has a lot of bravado obviously about that. But so you have to pay people to come to your wedding. And by the way, as Fox's own Kirsten Powers tweeted, if you don't like her so much, why'd you want her at your wedding?
And there was a tweet from Kim Kardashian during this Republican debate. We noted at the top that Hillary Clinton's out fundraising in California. Kim Kardashian said she was planning to meet what she said was the next president of the United States. And she said she hopes that woman, we're assuming it's Hillary Clinton and not Carly Fiorina, would take a selfie with her. What do you know about Kim Kardashian Gate?
I've never been asked about Kim Kardashian before, so this is a historic moment. I don't know about Kim Kardashian Gate, but I would not be surprised if we don't run into her somewhere on the campaign trail.
All right, guys, I'm going to send it back to you. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I was going to just ask about Kim Kardashian and whether they can confirm if she was with her and whether or not she would welcome her endorsement.
There's a follow-up on Kardashian, okay.
Yeah. Would she welcome her support? Will she be on the campaign trail, and are they
endorsement at this point?
We haven't discussed that, so I'll take that back and see what people think about that.
I just have
all right, let's get her one more substantive question.
Ed Henry, it's Kennedy here. I just have one quick question.
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much.
Kennedy will have a substantive question, yes.
Absolutely. It's very brief, very quick. It's the only thing on my mind. Where is the server?
Oh.
Yeah, you know
Kennedy
the server.
has a very direct, simple question.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Where's the server?
That's an excellent question, and it's one that I am sure Chairman Gowdy will be asking Hillary Clinton about on October 22nd.
But seriously, do you know, is it at Hillary Clinton's home, as she said in March, or is it somewhere else?
Again, I'm going to let Hillary Clinton answer that question.
Is she going to answer it?
Fair enough. She's going to testify on October 22nd. That's when we expect an answer.
Put it this way, it's secure.
Okay.
Oh.
They say it's secure. And with that, I'm going to send it back to you. We've got
That's
some
an
cold
interesting
pizza waiting for us
answer.
here in the Brooklyn headquarters, and we've got to go finish it.
Because that would mean
Thanks, guys.
perhaps it hasn't
Thanks,
been
Ed.
destroyed. Thank you. Yeah, security would lead you to think that it hasn't been destroyed.
So I think she made some news there. I think she, number one, has not accepted the endorsement of Kim Kardashian. I still think that's on the table. And number two, Karen Finney has no idea where the server is.
But it's
and she
safe.
won't
But
answer
it's
the question.
secure.
But she knows it's secure, but she doesn't know where it is. So I think they might need to get on the same page.
But if it were destroyed, you wouldn't use a word like secure.
Right.
Well, maybe the difference between where's the server tonight and where's the server going to be in October, there could be two different answers.
It depends on what the definition of where is the server.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. So what was really fascinating about that whole interview was the fact that it happened. That was the first time we've heard from Hillary Clinton's campaign on the record in person through one of her people since the GOP debates tonight. And since we know from everything that Karen Finney and Jennifer Palmieri with the campaign for Hillary Clinton have said, she wasn't watching. But some very detailed responses to the things she apparently didn't see for herself tonight.
Except about the server. That wasn't that detailed a response.
Oh, but it
Talk
is
to you in
secure.
October.
Yeah.
Boy, was that a dodge.
Unbelievable. But
Yeah, I mean, she was obviously flabbergasted by that question. She didn't want to answer it. She didn't want to talk about it. She obviously knows something, and she physically threw her hands up at that. So.
Wow. Well, it's
But
secure.
that literally is the only question that I have.
Which means if she says it's secure, then that means that they've discussed the server.
Well,
For her to
everybody's
know that it's
discussed the
secure.
server. I mean,
But
right?
for her to say that she doesn't know and she'll let Hillary Clinton answer the question tells me that they've already had a conversation about the server. So the question is, why isn't she turning it in? That's the follow-up.
Well, and if it can be, in fact, secure and it hasn't been destroyed, that means that it can be turned in.
Well, if it's also being, because if someone is the custodian of that server who does not have top secret clearance, there could be a series of felonies being committed according to Judge Napolitano. If someone is in possession of those classified documents without clearance.
And if that server was hacked and that's how they got the location of the ambassador, that will completely destroy her candidacy. If that's true.
Yeah.
Well, Hillary's very glad that this debate happened because now she can talk about Republicans, but really she's got more to worry about from Democrats because they don't like her.
All right.
Her support is dipping with Democrats.
I'll tell you one thing. Tonight, there were some opportunities for people to talk about Hillary Clinton and to focus in rather than taking shots at each other. How do you think the candidates in general handled that challenge?
I think Scott Walker and Marco Rubio did a decent job sliding in a few attacks on Hillary. I think Trump did it a few times when he talked about Bush and Clinton. I still can't understand about the controversy over the wedding. I think Hillary's spokesperson said that, why would I be at the wedding if he didn't like me or something like that? So I think there's a wedding gate, another wedding gate situation going on. But I think the candidates really need to focus on going after Hillary and less about going after Obama because this is lame duck season, guys.
You know why you have the Clintons at your wedding?
Yeah.
To prove that you could get the Clintons at your wedding.
Yeah, because you're Trump.
Yeah,
and they're going to give you a
exactly.
nice gift.
You may
Well, they
not
already
like
have.
a lot of people, but that's a pretty high-profile couple that a lot of people want to take pictures with at your wedding. And I think it's like boxers, during a boxing match when both fighters, to move the metaphor along, hug, and they sort of rest. I think that's what the candidates do when they attack Hillary Clinton instead of each other in the middle of a debate.
So as we walk away from tonight, where do you think Jeb Bush falls? Because he is the one with the big war chest. He is the one with the name. He is the one which, outside of the polling numbers, is probably one of the best names known. So where does he fall in now?
Well, I've never met anybody who's actually been enthusiastic about Jeb Bush. So I'm wondering where this 26 or 24, 27% is coming from. Again, I think he was pretty weak tonight. I mean, he didn't have polished answers on every single question, and he should have been ready because he stumbled enough in these interviews that he did pre-announcement. This is not his forum. He's not comfortable. He seemed very, very nervous. I think he does much better.
Can he improve that, though? I mean, that's the question. If you're one of Jeb's people tonight, can he improve that?
Well, the problem is enthusiasm and personality, and I'm just not sure that he hasn't. I don't know unless he gets a full frontal lobotomy.
Oh my goodness
Drained
gracious.
personality.
Maybe Ben Carson can operate on him.
Maybe. There you
That's
go.
a great
Save some money.
suggestion.
That's
Friends
right.
helping friends.
Governor Huckabee had some strong moments.
We haven't
tonight,
even
Tom.
spoken about the governor.
Yeah.
have we?
What do
Yeah,
you
he did
think,
great.
Tom?
He's great. He was the star of the debates. When was the
08?
Yeah, in 08. He was fantastic. And he's very good on TV. He's very good at talking, a great speaker. So he handles questions very well. But I don't think Jeb did as badly as everyone else here seems to think he did.
I think he made a few mistakes. I think he said he wouldn't call it amnesty. He called it earned legal status. Which I think is a spin.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Just change terms a little bit, because that changes the meaning.
Like Andrea said, gobbledygook on the Iraq question. Should have been prepared for that.
Wait, I think we have a little bit of that. Let's watch.
Okay.
To the families of those who died in that war, who say they liberated a country and deposed a ruthless dictator, how do you look at them now and say your brother's war was a mistake?
Knowing what we know now, with faulty intelligence and not having security be the first priority when we invaded, it was a mistake. I wouldn't have gone in. However, for the people that did lose their lives and the families that suffered because of it, I know this full well, because as governor of the state of Florida, I called every one of them.
I think what he needed to do was just say, where he finally meandered to, was Obama evacuated and surrendered, and now it's chaos.
Yeah.
You pivot to that. You don't dwell on the mistake that your brother made.
You know what I thought? They need Andrea Tinteros on their messaging team.
They do. They need a whole lot of people.
All
He's
over the
answering
place,
some.
isn't it?
You know, one of the things that I found with Jeb Bush tonight is that sometimes he would answer questions that had not yet been asked. And I'm not a litigator, but I can tell you that you only answer the question that's been asked, because you get into trouble if you try to get too broad. And then he was getting the ding dong, and he was like in the middle of a sentence.
You can talk yourself into trouble by doing that. You're absolutely right. The one place that I thought he did well is when Megyn Kelly posed the question about the assault weapons ban in support of partial birth abortion to Trump. And, Trump said, I've evolved. I'm like Ronald Reagan. And Jeb Bush actually had his best moment, I thought, when he was like, I want to win. Whether it's one of these guys or one of the people who was on stage at the 5 o'clock debate, I want to unite people. I have a hopeful, optimistic message. And I thought that was very powerful. And one of the few times where he could have gone on the attack and he didn't seem nervous.
That was Jesse's point. Right after the 5 o'clock debate. Remember, you said he's got to show people that he wants to win.
Yeah.
He really means it, because people think you just won it because you're a Bush and it's sort of legacy. And I think it was good that he said it. But again, saying you want to win and actually acting like you want to win are two different things. And I think he didn't, Harris, as you like to say, make a headline, grab a headline. So rather just answer the question, go out there and make some news. Say something different than everybody else. Say what you're going to do to differentiate yourself. Instead, he didn't do that. And again, he was defensive on questions that weren't even asked.
Yeah, go ahead. There's not one memorable line from Bush. I can't believe it. He also talked about economic growth, and he kept on saying, well, GDP 4%, GDP 2%. People don't care about the GDP. They don't even know what that means. They want to know about wages. The one thing I think he did do well, and I think people may disagree with me, when he was asked about being on the board of a company that had donated to Planned Parenthood, Bloomberg, and he said, listen, I didn't see it, but it doesn't matter. I'm strongly pro-life. When I was the governor of Florida, I banned Planned Parenthood. When I was the governor of Florida, I instituted parental notification for teens. When I was the governor of Florida, I had the Choose Life license plate before anybody else. So I think that was a nice moment for him. But like you said, nothing sticks out.
And it reminded me of that infamous Teddy Kennedy moment when he was interviewed on 60 Minutes in 1980 when he was running for president. And they were like, well, why do you want to be president? And he was like, I mean, because a lot of reasons. And that's when his candidacy fell apart, because, if you can't enumerate all the reasons why you should run the country, then why is anyone going to place their faith in you?
There don't have to be 50. There could just be one or two.
Well, and remember, looking back, John McCain and Mitt Romney, they both did things in their campaign to anger the base. So McCain suspended his campaign, which showed that he was sort of unwilling to fight and really take it to the left.
Gosh,
Mitt Romney,
I remember that was
so couldn't go on the offense on the biggest issue of Obamacare, and he didn't hit hard and go negative. Remember, everyone said, are you going to fight? Are you going to go negative? Fight and want to win.
Remember, he whiffed on Benghazi.
He whiffed on Benghazi. He could have fought back after that Candy Crowley answer. He didn't punch back, a huge mistake. They want someone on that stage that is willing to fight.
And that was
Trump.
not
kumbaya and bring everyone together. That's not where the Republican Party mindset is. We heard that from President Obama. They want someone who's going to win and reverse the policies of this
administration.
So how do you fight,
just quickly about that, Christie can't do what Trump does. I mean, it's really interesting because
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
How do you fight without seeming really angry and in need of maybe some drug to calm you down?
Well, I don't think Trump came across as this, vicious, scorched earth tactician. I think he came across as able to deal with other people. He says he can cut deals, but I don't think he, disqualified himself whatsoever.
There's the selfie with Kim Kardashian and Hillary Clinton.
Kardashian gate.
It's there. Do you guys have it in the booth?
Like she didn't know that happened.
Yeah, like she didn't know.
And
which
the
is
saddest thing?
If the server's secure, then it means it's somewhere. I mean, really? Okay, Jesse, go ahead.
And the saddest thing is people after this are going to talk about the debate. They're going to talk about Rosie O'Donnell, and they're going to talk about Kim Kardashian's selfie with Hillary.
By the way, she spelled president wrong.
Yes, she did.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's president setting.
Hashtag Hillary for President. Now, in full disclosure, I put out the Rand Paul line, I don't want my marriage or my guns in Washington. And the autocorrect, and viewers caught me on Twitter, changed it to gums. I don't want my marriage license or my gums registered in Washington. But I fixed it. Do you think Kim Kardashian is going to fix Hillary for president? What word is that?
What's the caption on this tweet before I send it out? It's do I help her with the spelling? Call your teacher?
Did we expect Kim Kardashian to spell everything correctly?
Maybe she meant prescient.
Hillary for president.
Hillary for president? Oh my gosh, let's move on. But yeah, that happened.
So it's hard to type in a limo, guys. Have you ever tried to do it?
Oh my God. No, Tom, you're the only one with recent experience. Tell me about it.
No, I don't.
Does the autocorrect actually go into extra gears in the limousine?
I use Siri in a limo.
Yeah, and the whole world got to hear my Siri.
You know,
the man.
He's a man, baby.
You just said something about Donald Trump and how do you not look angry? And
yeah.
He does have a way of turning passion into
humor.
Not just humor, but I mean, he was asked specifically, so on the Megyn Kelly question, when he said, quote, I don't have time for political correctness, I think that is something that really resonated. We don't have time, we're in trouble, we should stop worrying about the phraseology of everything. Then later in the debate, I thought it was a great response when he said, we have a country that's falling apart. We have reporters getting beheaded or ISIS is
$19 trillion in debt.
He went on and he said, I don't have time to worry about my tone.
Yeah.
Right. And I just thought, boom, that is why Trump is the leader.
You know what it reminded me of? He's like your cranky dad. You know, it's like no one ever wants to get their dad cranky, and they know
he was asked though about.
And I think that's what people respond.
The transcendence from you were a Democrat, you're a Republican. Let's watch that.
In 2004, you said in most cases you identified as a Democrat. Even in this campaign, your critics say you often sound more like a Democrat than a Republican, calling several of your opponents on this stage things like clowns and puppets. When did you actually become a Republican?
I've evolved on many issues over the years, and you know who else has is Ronald Reagan evolved on many issues. As far as being a Republican is concerned, I come from a place, New York City, which is virtually, it's almost exclusively Democrat. And I have really started to see some of the negatives.
Yeah, part of what critics have pointed to is the fact that not just that he was a Democrat and became a Republican. I mean, you've had people who transferred parties a couple of times.
Lincoln Chafee.
But when you also couple that with talking about inviting Hillary Clinton to a wedding because you gave to her foundation, and I didn't know where the money was going to go. I mean, I do think that going forward this week, there are going to be some places where those candidates, those competitors are going to be able to hit him.
They can't.
And he opened the door for it.
They can't. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Nothing sticks to him. He's giving an interview the other day. You know how politicians, they always have to be the average guy? He was like, I'm more of a country club guy. I like fine silks, linens, whatever. I mean, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. It's unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Doug L. Hoffman says on Twitter, I asked the question, how did Senator Ted Cruz do tonight? Doug L. Hoffman says, well, not well. Carson, Rubio, Walker, and Huckabee all went up, in his opinion. Trump, Paul, Christie went down. The rest stayed the same.
I don't agree with any of that. I mean, I think some of the people went up and some of the people down, not all those people. I think, listen, I said it before, Trump dominated. I think his standing really skyrocketed. Jeb went down, and I think Rubio and Christie helped themselves. Everybody else pretty much stayed the same. I think if Fiorina gets in, I think the person... Fiorina gets in.
Fiorina was what I liked to eat as a kid.
Yeah. Fiorina.
Like Dennis Fiorina.
Yummy.
God rest his soul.
Whatever her name is, I'm going to call her Carly. She's Carly from now on.
Yeah.
I think Kasich leaves because Carly's right now going to do well, and Kasich's poll numbers were so marginal.
Carly, unless you're going to call everybody else by their first
I call
name.
Hillary. Is that all right?
Jeb. We say Jeb.
Jeb wants to be called Jeb.
All
Would
right.
you want to be called Bush?
You're going to call Kasich John?
No, I don't know him
Stand
like that.
with Rand.
All right,
I might
see?
mispronounce him like O'Reilly and call him Kasich.
Okay.
When are we going to get to Gilmore? He had quite an...
But seriously, there was some
forgetting
social
Gilmore.
media that mentioned that people didn't know who he was before tonight, but thought he did well.
Yeah.
Like 99.8%.
I'm going to ask our... You know what? Can I just throw a little love to the people who are working with us in the control room
people
tonight?
People with the last name Gilmore.
Who are putting... Yes, people with the last name Gilmore. Who are putting together all the video on the spot, all the pictures and things that you see on the screen, the text messages and the tweets, and they're doing a tremendous job in the booth, and I just want to throw them out.
And that's
because
it's a lot
of material. They're following 200-300 people on Twitter and giving us lots of help. So thank you guys in the booth.
I know, they rock. And our social media team teed us up today on Facebook.
Unreal.
And I'm reading all the comments as they come in.
Sometimes we wait till the end of the show to do that, and then you don't get it out. Anyway, so as I'm looking at social media, Ken Jackowitz, I don't know who that is, says excellent presence.
Because it would be weird if you did.
Just a little bit. Just a little. By Senator Cruz. For the little time he was called upon, he will move up and will become more of a spotlight candidate. Do you think that there was complication for how many times you got called upon?
I do know that they didn't go to Carson until like 10:30, it felt like. But it's very difficult because
you did get a question early on.
They did, yeah, that's true. And they teed up Rand and Christie twice.
Yep.
They teed up Trump a few times. They actually just specifically teed up everybody against Trump at the very beginning by saying, raise your hand if you're not going to support the eventual nominee. I don't know what the strategy was there, but that got things hot pretty fast.
It really
well,
did.
maybe that was the strategy.
That's the strategy.
Yeah, and it worked.
If you anticipate that's
like,
going to happen, it's like, it's on.
I don't know how you describe this fire back here, but it's on fire.
Yeah, that was hot right out of the gate.
And it's hot.
and
it's fire things.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but I think the issue, like I said, the issue that Christie and Rand Paul were fighting, I don't think people... They are not tuned into it. They just aren't, unless they watch Kennedy.
Oh, I hope they do.
You don't think so? You don't think people know that they're being snooped on?
I don't think they understand, which when they watch Christie talk about saving American lives, they think he makes sense, and then when they hear Rand Paul give a speech, they think he makes sense.
For 10 and a half hours on the Senate floor, they see his heart, his passion.
Make very compelling arguments. I agree with Tom. I mean, going back and forth, I thought, I can see his point, I can see his point, but it does point to a serious fault line in the GOP between security and privacy. It's just not one that everybody talks about every day. I think immigration was probably the hottest issue. Social issues, I'm glad they weren't as divisive as I thought. I thought Kasich's answer was very good, but I think the best answer on social issues was Marco Rubio on abortion. I thought he did incredibly well.
Oh, yeah, he did. He sparred right back against Megyn Kelly. He said, you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's not my record, and I think that was very effective.
Yeah.
Someone else had a very nice pivot. I forget if it was
Trump
either
told
Walker or
Chris
Kasich.
Wallace that he was living in make-believe land.
That's true. That's true. But I think Walker was asked a very, very harsh question about abortion. And he said something extremely compassionate and was able to volley that right back. I was surprised at how direct the questions were from the moderators.
I loved it.
Extremely sharp and intense.
Yeah, but if they had just given softballs the whole night or given softballs to particular candidates, that would have been so unsatisfying. But the fact that they went after each and every one of them in an organized way after their own weaknesses, that is what will strengthen a field.
Let's just hope that whoever Trump was talking about that was supposed to have been aborted but was a rock star kid, let's just hope that he didn't find out about that this evening.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't break the news to that star child.
Oh my goodness.
Star.
So looking forward this week, we're going to have, one more day of this week to kind of talk about this, and then we're going to go away for the weekend. And that's when we really see people sit around their tables, and that's when you'll see the social media heat up again as people kind of dissect what happened. As you look at this, I'm seeing an argument that a woman needs to be in the field for the Republicans. What do you think?
I think you'll see it. I think she's going to crack into the top 10, and I think it's fantastic, and she deserves to be there.
And not just because she's a woman. I don't want to get in this debate or this conversation of, we really need a woman on the stage, we really need a black person on the stage, we need, there's only 2
What about a black
Hispanics.
woman?
What about a black woman? That's liberal talk, checking boxes. I want the best candidate on that stage, and I would say the best candidate of the day was Carly Fiorina. I think that she even did better than most of the men on that stage tonight.
She had an opportunity that some of them didn't have, though, and that was to finish thoughts and finish sentences, because decidedly the format was different.
Yeah.
But also just fewer people.
No one booed her
7
because
versus
no one
10.
was there to boo her.
But what a
That was
blast.
big
I mean,
plus.
this was good for Republicans because they were out there talking about issues. And when you're watching the debate, whether they were attacking each other or, where they were, playing nice, they were talking about issues the whole time. It was great. And there's obviously a nominee in there and a good one, right?
Oh, tremendous. I think it was great for the Republican Party. There was no clown candidates out there tonight. This was not a clown show. I remember President Obama said, I think everybody needs to tune in and watch this debate to, see how crazy these people are. I think that was terrible.
Yeah.
I think to watch these incredibly intelligent and articulate people go out and then eviscerate the president and yet put a strong positive agenda for the country forward, I think that's only going to help.
I'm going to have to wrap you up because in 27 seconds we have to leave. But can I just profess how much fun this was? Did you have a good time?
Had a great
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
More fun than Mardi Gras.
No, thank you guys. I mean, it was because of you. We had good
fewer
food.
beads.
I mean, we had our only meeting to get
we had
ready
really
for this,
good
and
food.
Jesse's like, I'm not showing up unless you feed me and my friends. So that was good.
That's right.
All right,
You don't want to see
fun.
me angry.
Thank you
when I have
guys,
an
and
empty
many
stomach.
more debates to
That's
come.
right.
An incredible campaign season awaits. So let's
And
go
more
crazy.
analysis on Outnumbered tomorrow.
At noon Eastern for the TV version of us. It's been a very, very fun evening. Fun to enjoy this with you. Glad you were along for the ride. Thanks a lot.